So... one of these. I swear I saw it before. There, Crystal Tower. I can't believe I overlooked it. Ah! Hi, Sib. For several millennium, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, deep buried underground. But like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by a great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the seventh umbral calamity. Now stands revealed in all of its splendor, a gleaming sphere of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. Kinky. There are characters that are in the Crystal Tower thing that you have to understand for later expansions. This quest line used to be a bit longer, but they shortened it on what I have to do. We believe the tower is a repository of much of the ancient wisdom. Unfortunately, its interest is guarded by formidable defenses. We can't so much as peep through the keyhole, much less step inside. These defenses take the form of statues carved in the likeness of giant swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the sons are wont to call them. It's the first barrier we must overcome. It will not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. So... there, that should do the trick. Now we have to... you know, tusks. Stab. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, assure you. Ishnai is here, though it should be thanking. Yes, because I had to get all of them. Anyways, to my reckoning, nothing's stopping us from striding up to the Allegan's front door. You can't go without us, Chief. Hi, Biggs and Wedge. Biggs, Wedge, come to lend a hand. Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of Allegan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Garlemald's look ancient. No, they aren't flavored, but they are elemental different ones. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads, I really do, but we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged into the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief, it's freedom through technology! Exactly, freedom. When we forsook Our homeland. We swore that we would have no truck in the machines that could be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of all-knowing Allegan Empire did not save their civilization. And have damn near doomed ours twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower and needs be seal it away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint is yet unyielding wheels such as yours that have defined the course of history. Hi, Grahatia. So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you wholly preoccupied that you cannot spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? By the way, one of the things that's not mentioned in this is Grahatia tried to race me to get one of the crystals. But he of course lost, but I didn't see him at all. He kind of like stayed in the shadows, but he gave me, because he already gotten the stuff, but seeing me fight, he decided to fucking flirt with me and say, since that was such a beautiful fight, I can have it. Why, the task you assigned me, of course. Surely you've not forgotten about the Aether Sand. I tasked the passing adventurer with delivering it. Hi. A more capable courier I could not imagine. Hi. Hi, sweet summer child. Cutie. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we'd meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Grahatia, one of the students of Baal's son. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him. Forgive his eccentricities and welcome him as one of our own. Yes, absolutely. So then, our fellowship is complete, all ready to stand up to the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah. Nerd. Noah? That's the name I've chosen for our little collective. Nerd. Given our different backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the sons of Saint Konich, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation if our venture is to leave its mark on the annals of history. Nerd! He's such a dork. I love him. He's adorkable! I could claim that NOAA stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically, but my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allegan Archmagus. Nerd! An Archmagus? I like the sound of that. Nerd! My beautiful Grahatia. Very well. Now the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled. Time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready. Okay, so we break it open, and assuming the role of expedition leader, Grahatia issues instructions to the Symbol Fellowship detailing how the operation will proceed. So we break it open, all other stuff, then we do the Labyrinth of Ancients. And this is the final area of the Ancients. Oh there, Ishnai! Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that I'm sure to be pinned on this historic expedition. Nerd. The scale of the structure defies comprehension. Some plainly thought bigger was better. Kinky. According to the findings of a Baleson College, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, a characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now what with the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. It took 3 different alliances of raids. Just 10 people, I think? Or is it... I don't remember. Or 8. It's some number! It's a giant of a man wielding a shimmering, Skamari, you say? Yes, that would have been... Not Acheron. Phleginton. He was the hero of the Allegan Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapons? Nerd. Well, I am a historian, and I have a certain affinity, shall we say, affinity to the lore of the Allegan Empire. Nerd. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from the musty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that the Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through Allegan's extraordinary technology. Because I am also a nerd. Just throwing that out there. So, I'm roasting myself just as much. Chief, you need to see this. I used to, until it wasn't as popular, and I needed... every first Thursday of every month, I would hold a science stream where we'd go over science articles I liked. Space ones, anything of the mark. But it wasn't popular, and I've kind of needed... I would say, for certain reasons, I need to focus more on keeping people rather than... I need money. I'll admit it. But everything's gone up in price. Well, there's the foot of the tower, which surprised me. Do you have in store for us, I wonder? The thing is, I really enjoyed doing it, and doing things you love is fun, but I also realize that there has to be a certain balance between the two of those things. I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Have you not beaten the past that maze? I very much doubt we'd be standing here. It's not like I don't randomly, you know, ADHD myself into for 30 minutes talking about a random science fact that I find interesting either, so... But it's just not an entire stream of it. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Konig's Fine for the present, and then plan our next step. Let us be any doubt, our expedition has some way to go, yet. Before I was fired, I was actually a museum guide at a space museum. So my nerdity is pretty big. Yeah, I know, right? Alright. Most of my jobs I have gotten fired from for some of my autistic traits getting in the way. I'm not sure if I could say I'm used to it now. Okay, these two have shown up and claimed that they are sons of Baleson also, which Grahatia decided to accept them, but he doesn't recognize them. Old faces to lift the spirits and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce One and Dolga. They are scholars of ancient Alleg, sent here by our friends of Baleson to aid in the investigation. I understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope we could be of some small assistance. Your attire is ought to go by. Your assistance should be prove invaluable indeed. Their outfits they're wearing is Alleg. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond the Sucre's Tower, the principal spire of the structure is collectively known as the Crystal Tower. Oh, really? The only way inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gate you see here. The problem is we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose working is an utter mystery to us. Having no success via more orthodox means, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a magitech cannon. Nothing so much to put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try and reduce us to ash like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it, a man and a woman, respectively. Elegant royalty, by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals are, we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it's purely decorative. Notice their red eyes. That is Allegan royal blood. Not always, but I mean in this quest, okay? If you're thinking of forcing it, save your strength. It's no use, just ask the calluses on my hands. I'm gonna skip over a bit of parts, so... because it's gonna make it easier and shorter. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed, why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open on its own accord? Alec technology was able to resurrect people to some degree, but also create clones. These are the clones of a brother and sister who stood up against the leader of the Allegan Empire. Because there was this Almond, the court, I guess. I don't think any of us expected that to happen. Thought that the Allegan Empire was going downhill and he should resurrect. 7 hells, what is this? What did you do? What the hell are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory might. Its virtue guarded by the gates impregnable, only those of royal blood answerable. Exactly passed down through legend, I'm delighted to see. Hi, Nero! Begged pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you've acquired. Nero, you're still alive? Yes. Garland, if I didn't know any better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. But I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. Rest assured, I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is, for all intents and purposes, defunct. My association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald, so I'd rather be roaming this land Eorzea as a regular inerrant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to get wind of your latest adventure. It sounds positively fascinating, so I decided to come here and join you. After all the wrongs you committed us, you think us that gullible? We are. If you're suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts. But I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share what I know, starting with these 2 odd characters. As you're doubtless aware, the Crystal Tower was a symbol of ancient Allegan's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his prodigy were living keys. You mean to say that the 2 are descendant from Allegan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. Oh, he is going to tell him in this. To put it plainly, they're imitations of royalty, living keys born of Allegan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is what the name your creators gave your kind, is it not? It would seem that the time for concealment is past. To Prayer, accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wish to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what would many consider deranged claims. If it pleases you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There's much more to tell. Very well. Seven hells! Do you seriously mean to follow us around? Yes. Come on, Garland. You know me better than to think I spoke in jest. What more will come of... What will it take for us to reconcile? A gift, perhaps? A hate fuck? An elegant tombstone holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal bit more besides. Used to be a jealously guarded property of the 4th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. Copies of 2 individuals that claim direct descendant from the Emperor Zadai, the founding father of the Allegan Empire. In its desire to bring the world under his rule, Zadai consorted with forbidden powers. Fearful of what befall the world, the original Dogma and Ide attempted to thwart their empire's scheme. They imbued their clones with their will, and that their work might continue in the event of their deaths. After a millennia in slumber, the 2 clones have now seek to finish what their namesakes had begun, and they require your help to succeed. The members of Noah unanimously agreed to join. Okay. Basically, and then we defeat the Emperor, which is technically a... What I mentioned about Amon was he resurrected the original Emperor because he believed that Allegan Empire was going downhill, and he believed the glory days, since that was the golden time, was under Emperor Zidane. And Zidane became so obsessed with not dying again that he started basically going insane. And made a deal with entity from... Yeah, always a good thing to think, yeah. Entity with the third to the void realm, which is the and that was the cloud of darkness. The cloud of darkness, since Doga and Ere tried to get rid of it, the covenant, the cloud of darkness pulls them into the rift. Nero attempts to save them, and he also gets it. Let's see. It's a void scent, the other name of cloud of darkness. I mean, the type of monster cloud of darkness is. If Noah can retrieve the 2 brother and sister from the Dark Realm, then the tower can be halted and the covenant broken. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's see which one has Rahatia's inner struggle. No, it doesn't. Cool. Okay, the reason why Garahatia has one red eye is because another way it was passed down, it's only every every generation or so that one of his kind I mean, one of his family line has a red eye in it, and most likely his ancestors were slaves to Allegan. And that was passed down. And the Cloud of Darkness tries to hit him again because the Void Set don't actually die because death doesn't exist in their world. Basically, they have to reform or be absorbed by somebody. That's a different thing that happens later on, explanation further in the expansions. But I'm just telling you now. Actually, tremendous technology. Actually, this one actually might be it. Where in the Seven Hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids us our cause little. Doga Onde, do you hear me? Nero! Must you be so infernally loud? Are you keen on attracting more void scent? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Nero. Thank the 12, are you alright? As right as it can be, Unde is simply passed out. And he's being corrupted. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry into his body. Now the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. What would we could have to protected him? The cloud of darkness was bound by Zidane's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to the Allegan royalty. The same blood that seals this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and I simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Unde, you're safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Oh, come on. It's not, you know, nightmare mode of... Or ultimate, I think. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me. Now must feel my wrath. Oh, no. Did you think me destroyed in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother you light into your bones among my shadows. You fucking missed! Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so, because they keep reforming. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now while the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Zane's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the Crystal Tower and this foul place once and for all. Ishnai Graha, you must flee. And Nero, you and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the Crystal Tower. Not right now, Cat. What is this trickery? Your blood. You too gain protection from Zidane's blood, or days. Rahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. This is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited. Godaha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had a thought the time would consume all of Alaga that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age cannot be a coincidence. Some person may have implanted this gift in your line, using the highest of Alagan technology to do so. Sure, the Crystal Tower... Hi, y'all! My cat wasn't totally, you know, getting revenge on the fact I wasn't paying attention to him enough. I'm sorry. Alright. Let me go ahead and... Give everybody a chance to get back in. Sports being opinionated. Part 1000. Alright, back to this. Yes, I apparently wasn't petting the cat enough that he got revenge. Alright. I'm gonna have to do some skipping of dialogue. Spacebar, spacebar. Now he's laying beside me like he didn't do shit. I still love you, baby. Yeah, he loves me so much because he wants my fucking attention. Clicky click, 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 click. But it also made me realize that I didn't have my proper setup for my mic either. Because I have a dampening thing, so the beginning of this might have been fun. So I hope my voice sounds better. Unless, like, there's an AC in the back. Missed. What is this trickery? Your blood! You two gained the protection for the Emperors. Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. This is why the royal eye runs in your line. This is a gift you have inherited. Goraha, you have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of that a man should have still lived with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Yeah, game writers. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest of Allegan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allegan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Hope within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all. The light of hope. But how shall I use this light? Pray tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Through its effects will be ephemeral. It will bolster the Allegan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by the fate of Alleg. Our part in this journey is to bury the Emperor's dark ambitions in the past. This was what the true Unde and Dolga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as the light of hope survives in you, our souls still remain, even if our bodies are lost. Touch it. Glow, almighty Catboy! Glow! Magic balls, yes. Don't have a heart attack. You must leave as well, Nero. I'm sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it while defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Noga Unde, I thank you. We shall never forget. Now, Ishnai, Nero, let's quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light! Fucking miss! Hi, Rose! Now you shall not escape us. Here, Emperor's bloodstained dreams of glory end. Rose is so cool, too. Ishnai is just here. Everyone else who's in chat is amazing. Everybody else here is amazing, because I say so. There, the glint of light. It glows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. The light dies. We're stranded here. Hurry! Okay, we're not going over the quest that, you know, gets Nero back. But Nero is fine, okay? Nero, no! You must move! Leave me! I don't need you. If I die here, it's because I bloody well decide to. I failed to master darkness. I will not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Aleg. I am Nero Toscavia, the man who will yet outdo Aleg and Garland. It's good to have dreams. That is what you hope to... May the Crystal Tower again be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! I have no clue. What are my dreams? I just want to show off good indie games. Must move forward, onward. This is not where I come to rest. But how? Those damn clones did it after all. Oh wait, I forgot that he gets out here. My character is an adventurer. Do good wherever I go. Ah! Bitchin'. See? They fuck. You owe me, Nero. They fuck. They absolutely fuck. It's a hate fuck, but it's a fucking fuck. The hells I do! Okay. Alright. Basically, Rahati is ordering researchers out of the place to take control of the Crystal Tower. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, Graha. No time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please, come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. No, not this time, my friend. Just as Unde and Doga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth is always laid in Aleg. Or rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in the Emperor's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Aleg and looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would once again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Aleg's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Salina. Salina was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Aleg's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted the most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited, Aleg's art and ingenuity fading. Our royal blood grew thin, but before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all this returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wishes of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Aleg to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's working. Hells, if we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Sid. We could wait for someone someday to reach the same heights of Aleg. But by then we would have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I did as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep slumber? What? You cannot mean that! I am dead serious, Sid. The tower may only be used once the men rivaling the Alag once men rival the Alagans in knowledge. I will slumber within the Sikaros tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gate. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as a beacon of hope it was meant to be. It's the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside these doors. Go, create a future where hope reigns, and tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish these things. Nothing we will say will change your mind, will it? Onward to a brighter future. Won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Alec, just you wait. We'll cover all the lost ground before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come and knock in Graha. Then you'll be in for a rude awakening. Ugh. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray, keep alive our successes and forgive our failures. Maybe we'd meet again, my friend. 12 keep you until then, Rambaros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And Ishnai? I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Now I must rest. Recalling that so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancient's wish. Star that will light the court. God. Farewell, my love! We'll meet again! Well, one of my loves. I have a harem here. Well, I said a harem. That means it's full of more than just one. And more than just one in this game. I mean in games altogether. Okay, that's what I wanted to show you about that one. Alright. Okay, ever since your famous victory over Gaius Van Belsar, the halls of the Waking Sands have been throngs of petitioners seeking to engage the Scion's services for personal gain. Although Mentphilia was loath to entertain their dubious proposals, she wonders if accepting such patronage might ultimately empower the Order to do greater things. Before making any decisions, she would like to hear the opinions of her fellow Scions. Speak with Thancred, Ishtola, Ida, Pabalimo, and Urianshe. As expected, the other Scions are deeply concerned about the ideological implications of accepting conditional support. Perhaps Alphino can offer a different perspective on the matter. The situation is not wholly unexpected. Actually, might be quicker just to read aloud the part on that. Alphino seizes the opportunity to make a bold counterproposal. Move the Scion's headquarters to Mordona, beyond the borders of Udal and the other great nations. Though Mentphilia makes a show of listening to the young Elizan's reasoning, she is not to be convinced, decrying his ideas as reckless, beyond words, before unceremoniously dismissing him. As you silently watch Alphino take his leave, you sense that, beneath their heated words, another conversation was taking place. Okay, after 5 long years, the time has come for a MILF cat lady to reunite with her daughter Mentphilia. They aren't related, but she adopted Mentphilia. You resolve to accompany the songstress to Vesper Bay and watch over what should be proved an emotional reunion. Upon seeing Alphino escort, basically, Alphino is trying to use her mom to convince listening. Upon seeing Alphino escort her mother into the scholar, Mentphilia rushes over to embrace her long-lost mother, overjoyed to learn that the reports of her death was indeed exaggerated. During their tearful reunion, Mentphilia explains that her father was once a member of the Alamegan resistance, and that following his death in the tragic accident, Flamanin raised her as her own. After praising Mentphilia for her victories over the Empire, Mother states that the Scions must leave Udal behind if they are to continue their work. Agreeing at last to Alphino's proposal, a reinvigorated Mentphilia declares the Order will quit Vesper Bay and establish a new headquarters in Revenant's Toll. Okay, relocation, yay! This is a side thing. I go destroy the Good King Mog that, which is one of the primals for them. You have selected Rictuside. Alright, this is a side thing to some degree, but it's showing, the Moogles having a god to some degree. A Moogle is a primal? Yeah. Good King Mog. Seventh? Rather than leaving in mass, the Scions will travel to Mordona in several small groups. You're to remain with Mentphilia until all the rest have gone. While you await your turn to depart, the antecedent explains that Urianger will not be joining you at Revenant's Toll and bids you to inquire if there's left undone. Okay. Ah! Where hence that came that cry as the scholar 12 for Finn, the antecedent. If you want me to change classes, by the way. Ishnai, you must. A lot of the beast tribes have a primal. Tell me, Louisois, would you have done the same? Louisois Levier was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I have met him prior to his passing. Hi, white cloaked Asian. Hi, little bis. An Asian here? How? How readily you see. You're indeed gifted, antecedent. But you're not like the others. Your robes. Gifted, but ignorant. Yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebearers. It has been a millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you, yet. He who, you speak of Laha Brea. Lollybread is a warrior. He fought, he fell. Technically, Laha Brea is also a researcher, but that is a side raid far further in the future. He may yet learn from his mistakes. He won't. Then he is still... I come only to confirm that which you already knew. There is no secession, no oblivion, only expulsion. Hey, Apocalypse! You, what are an Ascian? You're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else. Is something the matter? She can't see him, she can't see him. I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Except when we won't. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and knowledge both. To her, we are indistinct. I do not understand. Shadowless, fleshless, formless, what truth is in each tale is diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with all but chosen few, even with you, when young, could not yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me. Nothing. The gift grants you clarity. It grants you focus. With it, you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than this crude approximation. Baja Brea did not think so highly of the Echo. Lollybread was wrong about a great many things. The Echo is indeed a gift, albeit one that you have yet to master. And if we did, there would be no strife between our people, for we would be of one mind. I'm quite sure I still, when I mastered it, was absolutely still strifing against you. I leave as I came in peace, antecedent. May we meet again as friends. We won't. Wait, stay where you are. Aha! Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shielded her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the Ador? I wonder. I take it there's no need to explain. No, of course not. Save your concern. He did me no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. God, y'all are slow. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I could fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Oriange, send word to the students of Belson. Tell them to scour the archives, of forbidden tomes in particular. If there's any reference to an Ascian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. Ascian, my lady? Is that what gave you cause to cry out? I did but moments ago glimpse the clad figure in white set forth from the waking sands, but the Ascians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would that one be so blazing? He wants to fucking talk to me. I know not and care not. Find him, Ishnai. Turn over every stone in Vesper Bay if you have to. I'm quite sure he wouldn't be under any stone. Pray, attend me, Tataru. Hi. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. No. None save she who bested Lollybread could endure such an examination. He sent monsters after me, by the way. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands on an emissary? You fucking sent monsters after me! You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then I know I only acted in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of Lollybread. Even amongst our brethren, he's considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong in the gift that she could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world, all will soon change. I mean, if it wasn't changing, it wouldn't be, you know, time. You know, things change. As it was, so shall it be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the one true God, and we shall meet again. I know, we'll meet a few times again. In fact, enough times so I can fucking murder you. If you want a class to change into, to continue doing it, there's a list of the classes. The only one I haven't unlocked is Blue Mage, and that's a special class. Very special. It doesn't work as other classes do. But you have your choice of any of these. Or anybody else give a suggestion. If not, I might choose one of my own. But these are the list of them. This. Yep, it is. Okay. Alright, built in stone, Manphilia's father, Warburton, was a Garlean spy whose true loyalties laid with the Alamegan resistance. Before his untimely death some 15 years ago, he stole a wealth of imperial research on the primals and compiled the findings in his private journal. Though this journal has served to guide Manphilia ever since, she has resolved, after no small amount of searching, to entrust it to Orianche in hopes that he may succeed in unraveling its remaining mysteries. Alright, then we go to the Rising Stone, which is the new Scion's headquarters. As the Scions of the Seven Dawn celebrate the inauguration of their new headquarters, Oriange announces the troubling bearing news, and distant yet dependable students of Baelson are no longer responding to his messages. Fearing the worst, Manphilia bids Oriange do everything he can to determine the cause of their uncharacteristic silence. For the time being, however, the Scions have no choice but to continue their work without the aid of one of their closest allies. What happens to the the students, for most of them, the Isle that they were a part of, currently researching on, disappeared. It's one of those side things. So, a lot of the Baelsons are dead. gone. Who knows? I haven't finished that quest line actually, because it's in a completely different area with a different mechanic that doesn't work the same way the rest of the game does, and I'm not particularly interested in learning it. Or eventually do it eventually, but I just, ugh. Alright, and this one's important. I feel sorry for the voice actress. At least the second one for her. No, it's the same one.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
The second voice actor for this character, her and her children were murdered by her boyfriend. So, poor girl. And her children. We have traveled some... Okay.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
Fun.
12 have mercy. And your people?
Doing just fine. Sarcasm.
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Definitely not.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here.
People are just going out of the way to survive right now, I don't think. Especially after the calamity.
The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed. But I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Yes.
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
Silver-tongued motherfucker.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
See, it was during, I don't remember which expansion that they started allowing people to do the dragon people.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
I don't know if it was the Stormbringers that might have.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
You say that to an autistic person. Okay. We get the waking sands. The quicksand, which is the propriety we were standing at. So give a good set of food, to the people in the boat. Doma's granted audience with the Sultana and Syndicate noodle. Everybody turns her down to some degree. Although the Sultana, Radhaban, and Bastard over here are sympathetic to her cause, most influential member of the Syndicate, Lolorito, persuades the others to refuse Doman's Taligia or something like that. I'm just calling him Bastard because he's a fucking bastard. I'm revealing a bit further in jump into why I call him a bastard, but I mean, it's a hint. Okay, this is a little cute cutscene that I'm talking with some of the Doman kids as we're taking them to the Waking Sands. Well fought, madam, well fought. If only I was in better health, should I have been proud to stand by your side. Pardon my son, no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude the acts of daring do. These kids also become important later on as well. Humph, be as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. But we do save it. Eventually. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yagiri's kinsmen, least of all. They fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, and the promise of a better life. All this we owe her and owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such debts? In kind, Father, it is she who has given us everything, and we shall give it our all. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch the digging, bricklaying. It matters not. Revenant's Toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Revenant's Toll is an outpost that pretty much is not, hi little ones, under any jurisdiction of anything. Hi little ones. Hey, Miss Ishnai! Koharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. Hi, sweetie. To go whether the wild wind rose blooms, that's the Scion statement. Glory? Ah, like bringing honor to your family, you mean? Yes, Father always goes on about that. It's my turn now. Excuse me, Miss Ishnai, I've got a question. What's Revenant Toll like? Is it pretty? Gosh. It's a stone's throw from an Imperial cast. It's a bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. You mean there are lots of people there who are just as strong as you? Oh, I can't wait. Oh, I'm in a league of my own. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Miss Ishnai, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Trade every day. Buy arms. New experiences and adventures. I'm not gonna tell them to fight beasts. These are adorable kids. Of course, to better adventure, you need to go adventuring. Yeah, y'all won't do something stupid. Alright. That's enough questions for Miss Ishnai. That's not fair. Why does Johnson get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. They create a little adventuring club, by the way. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Miss Ishnai. I won't forget it. Though their adventurers usually run around and helping other people there. I'm gonna be adventurer too, which is really sweet. We get to Revenant's Toll. Let's make an adventurer guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Miss Ishnai and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like Miss Ishnai and Lady Yugiri. We can talk more about it on the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? Will I have to protect y'all? They're joined by, I think, 2 other children. But I don't think we'll meet them till much later. Because we split up, we split up the ship and did smaller groups to get across. Okay, Alphino believes it would be best if Yugiri made her formal introductions to the leaders of Revenant's Toll at the first opportunity. The Doman delegation will require an escort. Of course, he can think of no better woman for the job. Oh, good! Staffborn is the leader of, Revenant's Toll. He welcomes Yuri, insists they dispense of any unnecessary formalities and treat each other as equals. Having paid your respects to the guild representative, ask Yuri if she is ready to meet Mitfilia. Deep in thought, Yugiri requests a moment in privacy, assuring you she will join you anon. Entering the Rising Stones and look for Mitfilia and the Scholar, you find Mitfilia attempting to contact the students of Baleson via Pearl Link. More you suspect out of the habit than of hope. After briefly speculating upon their fate, she changes subjects and asks about the Domans, which you reply that Yugiri will arrive at any moment. In the subsequent meeting, Mitfilia assures Yugiri she'll do our utmost to accommodate her people. With formal introductions now complete, the guild emissary departs to greet the first wave of refugees. Yashtolo returns from her investigation of Vilbrand and confirms that that they're trying to summon Leviathan once more. Yugiri comes and helps. And we destroy the primal. Yada yada yada. You talk about how dangerous Leviathan is, blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Jumping over this. Nigiri's words. Okay, the Isle of Val, the home to the students of Baleson, has been destroyed by a spell in the power, like a power into Ultima. Okay. Though she's deeply troubled by the fate of the students of Baleson, Ophelia concedes that idle speculation will achieve nothing and resolves to turn her thoughts to the matter closer at home. But even as she begins to brief you on recent events in the Twelves Wood, her mother enters the Scholar and announces that the refugees hailing from Udal have come to Revenant's Toll in search of asylum. Like the Domans before them, in the ensuing exchange, it becomes apparent that the Scions lack the resources to accommodate additional numbers, however grave the need. In spite of this, Minfilia declares her intention to hear the refugees' petition and asks that you accompany her to the Seventh Heaven. That's the bar outside of the Rising Stones. As Minfilia struggles to turn away petitioners, Tataru interrupts the meeting to report that Alphino was injured during a riot precipitated by refugees in Udal, and now receiving care at the Hourglass. Fearing for the lives of his fellow refugees, the chief petitioner begs Minfilia to have answer for their actions. It becomes Eureka. Yeah, it becomes Eureka, and I haven't done much of Eureka, like I mentioned before, because they have a different combat setup. Okay, we go to... as Minfilia struggles to turn around potential... Okay, yeah. Fearing the lives of his fellow refugees, the chief petitioner begs the antecedent to intervene, only to be told that those responsible will have to answer for their actions. Paying the man no further heed, Minfilia orders you to make case for Udal in case Alphinaud is in need of assistance. At the Hourglass, you're relieved to find that Alphinaud's condition is not so grave as you've been given to believe. Sadly, the same cannot be said of Udal. The riot, it seems, was the result of deep-seated tensions between refugees and the Udalan citizens, brought to the fore in the wake of the Doman's failed bid for asylum. To make matters worse, the large contingent of the Immortal Flames is currently engaged in joint combat exercises, rendering the Grand Company undermanned at this critical juncture. By the time all forces have been recalled, Alphinaud fears the situation may have deteriorated beyond mending. And we try and look for the Uprising's true orchestrator. General Raban has summoned you to a private meeting in the Fragrant Chamber, which he wishes to discuss the results of your investigation as well as his own. Alphinaud has already been notified and will be waiting for you outside. Proceed to the Fragrant Chamber is where you meet with the Sultana. There are men and women who will not scruple to set the world ablaze in pursuit of their power. Taliji Ali, or Bastard, is one such man, having orchestrated the refugee uprising from the start. General Raban and the Sultana believe he intends to exploit the chaos in order to gain control of the Cartano Flats, in which an elegant creation not unlike Ultima weapon has been discovered. That's a PvP zone, by the way. Were someone to harness the power of this relic, they would have the strength to subjugate all of Eorzea, or so it is feared. That's the Omega weapon. Despite having learned of the Bastard's schemes, it would seem that your allies are not yet ready to move against him. Alright, we have to go against Ranma, because the Sylphs have, you know, summoned him again. But the Primal elects to, you know, have a trial by combat to prove that I was the best, in the sense of, since I win against him, that means I am true or just or whatever. After listening to my report on... Yeah, I own him now. Not exactly, but, I did destroy him. After listening to your report, from what I just did, Minfilia alludes that some news of her own. Before divulging anything more, however, the antecedent suggests you first listen to Uriange's latest discovery concerning... Excuse me. The nature of Asian's immortality. Could it be that the scholar has stumbled upon the means to bring about the permanent destruction of the Paragons? That'd be the third one. Like I said, not Organization 13. Nah. The Lord of Levin has returned to the Aether, as was the Leviathan before him. Rama's acquisition was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, War, and Levin all have been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Heidelin's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at the great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all but finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wane. Yet even as it inveterates, the Alder empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. Sora? And that is the task which we bend our every effort. Hi, La Habrea. Divine seeds, wherever want to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which is shattered may be made anew, and a one true god shall come again. The funny thing is, I know that they were just working on the design, that they didn't fully have his design, but he kind of looks a bit different from that.
If everyone is ready, let us begin.
This is me informing him.
Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction
you say
is
that as I proceed to destroy all the fucking ones. Eventually.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
Yay!
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the
He
time
stole a
of
different
this
person's
transfiguration
body
have proven most
after we killed his
enlightening.
main body.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be
Y'shtola.
understood in the context
Y'shtola.
of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Ready for a slideshow. I don't know where she gets it. Welcome to the void, 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 void.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
"'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls."
Yes, the cat is the void. But I have my void right over here. Who turned off my goddamn power?
"'Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated."
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
By the way, primals take the form of what their worshippers believe the primal to look like.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Really?
Right. Even as the Sahagin Elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting. And in the claws of a Sahagin, no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
Murder.
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm
I know,
nor
right?
the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them.
Or a body without a heart. Will we call them nobodies? Yes, it exists in the neither. Okay. I don't know what I was
The
trying to read
Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
Oh, good, Thancred, that you feel like bringing it up later on and making fun of me about something.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
I too am a nobody. Yes, same.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Grab me, Ishola.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady.
Element of despair?
Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can
Is
we
that-
hope
is
to
that an
defeat
element?
its unnatural constancy.
Water would probably be my element.
Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Nil is close.
These feats
Nihility.
are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have but to put them together.
Say, swear I learned to swim before I learned to properly walk. And I still can't properly walk. Trip over my own feet 10 times out of 10.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain their findings shall soon be known to us.
Yep, we already covered that.
I shall, Archon.
Alright. Alright. Hoary Boulder is one of the new scions. But basically, Minfilia informs you that a letter arrived expressing gratitude for the Silent's efforts in quelling the primal threat. Although the realm is not free of strife, Minfilia stresses that you're indeed inspired countless Eorzeans to continue along the difficult road to peace. It won't be very long. Just when it seems like you've been granted leave, Minfilia asks you to spare a moment to indulge the attentions of the Doman children. The children give them a special training lesson. Hori Boulder, the Rhodogan, who has taken charge of the children's daily instruction, instead proposes a sparring match between you and himself. I definitely best him. The gathered onlookers cheer your victory and praise your hard-won strength. Following the bout, Alphino approaches you and asks if you meet with him to discuss the future of Eorzea. Head to the Rising Stone and speak with the young Elizan. You return to the Rising Stone and Alphino outlines his proposal to form a new organization, because that's going to go fucking well. Join the determined Scions as he endeavors to fulfill his role as a guardian of Eorzea. Alphino lays before you the plan to establish a realm-wide grand company. Scions goes on to lament that though the three leaders' nations are not opposed to the idea itself, endless deliberations over its implementations have slowed progress to a crawl. In order to demonstrate the efficacy of such a company and thus encourage the leaders to come to an agreement, Alphino explains he has proposed the creation of a smaller precursor organization, the vanguard to a future united Eorzea. The young Elizan requests that you join him on his journey to each of the three nations, that you might begin scouting potential members. Speaking with a couple of people in RPG Sex Capital of Final Fantasy XIV, I gained the interest of Real, which is one of the members of the defunct Company of Heroes, you know, the one that made us make a feast before they tell us how to go get Titan. And I grab a few other people. And make your way to the Rising Stone. Returning to the Scion's headquarters, you find Alphino exhausted from the journey, but eager to begin preparations for his trial company's inauguration ceremony. He thanks you for your recruiting efforts and hints that the Minfilia has shit for me to do. I mean, I murdered their god. Let me think about that. Alright, now you get to meet Lord Hoshaphat! Okay.
The incident with the New Frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest.
Yes, it is. The one that has half-naked guys that are doing exercises in his office all the fucking time.
Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor.
Yeah,
Never
the
let it be
Japanese
said that House Fortom does not
version of
acknowledge the
Hoshaphat
efforts
is
of her
creepy.
allies or her debts.
House Fortomps does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies or her death.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed.
Heretics are those that support dragons, even though they don't always support dragons, it's just they don't support the state.
Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, We have yet to learn so much as her birth name.
She can still step on me.
What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity.
Woo.
A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Implacable.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise.
I say as I'm going out half naked into the snow.
But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long.
I helped him with some heretics. And some supply runs and a bunch of
Should you learn
stuff.
aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be
Oh,
waiting.
really? Okay, yada yada yada, we find people, blah 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 blah. After hearing your tale of what transpired in Snowcloak, where we, den of heretics, all that other stuff. He says the matter should be turned over to the authority of the Temple Knights, but before sending you on your way, however, Lord Hoshfont promised you another shipment of supplies sent to the Revenants. Alright. Brave new companions. Stalfort informed you the auguration ceremony is almost complete. He is concerned, however, that Taru is buried under a mountain of small details. Head to the Rising Stone and aid people! You delivered the ultramarine uniforms to return to the recruits whom you've met for the first time. Some who you've met for the first time. Yes. Hi, Alphino. You're far too young for this, but we're still gonna get you.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made.
How much do you know about other Final Fantasies? Just curious.
With your strength now pledged to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment
Abridged.
forth,
I'm not
I
making many
declare you
jokes.
Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one.
Nerd. Also, sweet summer child.
Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of
He's
Eorzea
too young
cannot
to
solve
know when
the
he's
problems
not being
which plague
manipulated.
the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of... For the freedom of all!
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. No, wait, you're fine. Oh, wait, you're fine too. I hate both of you.
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Too much good. Good that doesn't exist. Yeah. It's a naive motherfucker.
Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were.
No, you fucking will. That's the hilarious part.
We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
Yes, I will be your bitch during this entire thing.
The Scions stand ready.
Not like you'll listen to me if I say that that's a stupid idea. Okay. Though enthusiastic about the formation of the Crystal Braves, Menphilia's jubilance is muted by a grave concern. The prolonged silence of the Mother Crystal. She can sometimes hear him. After confirming her suspicions that the NSC didn't realize that Hydaelyn has spoken to neither of you since the final battle with the Empire, just as it seems that Eorzea will at last be free of the calamity's stifling shadow, other darkness gathers its ominous pale across the land. Traitor in the mist! Who'd have thunk? Conscious of the many practical difficulties facing the newly formed Crystal Braves, Menphilia asks you to place yourself at Alphino's disposal. Like I said, I wasn't joking when I said I was going to be his bitch. Find the boy commander within the... And the fact that they call it boy commander, obvious. Within the Rising Stones and offer your aid. Grateful for your offer of aid, even though I don't want to fucking give it, sweet summer child. Speak to Captain Bastard. I mean Ilbert. The other bastard. His second-in-command bastard. I mean, to be brief on the sensitive matter which requires your assistance. Ilbert reveals that a Garlean spy known as the Ivy has infiltrated one of the Grand Companies. Accompanied by Ilbert, we try and smoke him out. Accompany Ilbert in his meeting with Rodaban, at the Hall of Flames, to talk about information. There you learn that Rodaban and Ilbert have been friends and rivals since the fall of Alamigo. Under the guise of a long-awaited union, the two men discuss the matter of the Garlean spy. At the meeting's conclusion, this agreed both parties... Parties will continue inquiries. Many other lovelies. Somewhere in this. Antecedent. I take it Ishnai has explained the situation? She has, yet welcome all those overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would I know? The question of their motives is which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know nothing more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Albatha's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience, who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ears to their neighbors' plea even when the calamity loomed at large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I have tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I have explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. What, have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I would hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we've been fought off with in the past. This time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence and hotness, and please... Okay, anyways. Of course, I am not so naive to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what it is. Me! They desire me! I mean, I'm not being egotistical here, but such is the nature of diplomacy. They'll bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I. along with a handful of incontributable truths. They want me. They need me. Oh baby, oh baby. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. I know! Because I actually kill things! Kinda. Indeed, you may assure that I will expound upon this point in others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Ishnai. Our old friend Lord Hochschacht is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Yes, integrated! His fondness may prove useful for our cause.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Hi. My two sexies.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Hi!
I'm Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service.
Leveilleur.
Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Sure.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
No, I'm short.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination.
Sure, fascinations, sure.
Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
See, I wasn't joking when I was the thing that they were hoping. I hate it because I shouldn't be the thing they're hoping. I'm just here. Tell me what to do.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, he does invite me to dinner, eventually.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry.
I would say I will polish his sword as much as he wants.
To be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Cool.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Sure.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
He wanted to see me!
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Uh-huh.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange.
What do you think?
Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear.
That leg spread. Sorry. 1 second.
However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of
Actually, I'm not
Nikatsuma.
sorry. Look at that spread. Why am I saying sorry about that? We all know what I'm
The fallen
about.
guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard.
What shame if I
Yet the
became
mere
friends with
presence
that
of Dravanian
corpse.
forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
Would suck if, I brought Midsoma in, as
But
a pet.
we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
Can I say anything about these terms, or is it everybody going to accept for me? Yes, the answer is yes to that last one.
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments.
See, I didn't do shit in this conversation. Everyone talks around me. I'm just here to look
I regret
stoic.
that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal.
Same thing.
Mayhap
You're
one
correct.
day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
I mean, yes, that's true, but yes, it's not true in many
Mayhap we
different ways.
shall, Commander.
I know! Like a good trophy. I know that feeling well.
What is the meaning of this? The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
She can ice me up pretty well, too.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Alright. Attacking pilgrimage. We've already summoned, Alright. A party of pilgrims resembling those who attacked the caravan was seen transporting a large number of crates towards Snowcloak, where they vanished without a trace, convinced that, on a shadow of doubt, that Iceheart's followers have gone aground somewhere in the vicinity. Ciarfox declares his temple knights will join the hunt for the Iceheart. Not to be outdone, Alphino responds that he also summoned a unit of Crystal Braves, the White Brim Font, to do the same purpose. With so formidable a force devoted to the task, the heretics cannot hope to remain hidden for long. Alphino, however, would leave nothing to chance to bid you explore other ways by which the Iceheart can be found. I mean, true. But I'm just a trophy right now. Lord Draymont fears that the heretics may have fallen upon the Allied forces at Snowcloak before reinforcements can reach them. Lest they be taken unaware, he bids make haste to the frozen wall and warns Sir Aramek of the danger. Your warnings come as little surprise as Sir Aramek, who reveals that he has been anticipating an attack. Keen to reassure you, he pledges to place his knights on high alert. Perhaps Alphino will wish to do the same. Even as Alphino laments the search operation's lack of progress, 2 heretics reveal themselves. I mean, the way he absolutely gushes over me, probably should. Before you can rise to his defense, Ida appears from nowhere and subdues the heretics in a flurry of blows. The Battle of Snowcloak has begun. And for a moment, Alphino is concerned until a fortuitous discovery of a promising tunnel serves to brighten his spirits. Alas, the tunnel is rather narrow and will not accommodate more than a handful of troops at a time. Given the additional numbers, that may provide more of a hindrance than a help. Guess who goes in there? What we do is we do for the greater good. The words of a true believer, spoken in all solidarity by the woman known as Yasal. It is plain that she will not be swayed by your path, Lady Iceheart. Swayed by your path. Though weary from your previous encounter, you prepare yourself for a battle, only to see your foe make instead for a nearby Aetherite and teleport away. Iceheart has eluded you. Though you failed to apprehend Iceheart, you have driven the heretics from their lair. Hopefully, Alphino will take comfort in this partial victory. Alphino receives your report with surprising optimism, turning his thoughts to how recent events might contribute to the Crystal Braid's good repute. Of course, everything's contingent upon the successful prevention of Shiva's summoning, but with the aid of the Scions, you in particular, the young commander is confident that all will turn out as it should be. It will not. For the greater good, how much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, over the millennia, and how differently would we view the world as had we a better understanding of the past? Little is known of Shiva's life and deeds, yet the heretics venerate her as a saint. Sir Eric's ancestors said to have found Ishgard by the Willow of Halone, who I murdered later. Yet he admits that the scripture only tells so much. Ultimately, however, the details of his people's war and the dragons are irrelevant. Regardless of how the conflict began, it's destined to continue, unless Iceheart's hit plan succeeds, which the Scions cannot allow. While Manfili and the others search for a means to breach Iceheart's sanctuary, you are to assist the bastard. I mean, one of the other bastards, the other bastard, okay, Yu, and the third unit braves in tracking down the heretics attempting to ambush. The heretics last seen towards... There's so many fucking bastards in this. The third brave units are already in pursuit. Yu leaves them and bids you follow. Do as bade and speak with any third unit you find. You rescue Yu from certain death, slaying Iceheart's followers before they can deliver a telling blow. Too bad I didn't let him fucking die. Reveals he was able to slay one of the heretics, was in the process of searching his victim's body when the dead man's comrades surprised and overpowered him. With a grin, he then produces a piece of parchment that proceeds to read you the message wherein. There had seemed to be an escape plan devised in the aftermath of the heretics' failed ambush at Snowcloak. Oh, the bastards! The plan mentions rendezvous near the Observatorium, as well as a merchant sympathetic to the heretics' cause. Cersei escorts to the Observatorium and sees the fugitive before they escape. Outside the walls of the Observatorium, you come across the merchant and the single heretic, who subsequently attempt to flee. However, they are stopped in their tracks by the unexpected arrival of Captain Alphino and Yugiri. After Ilbert takes them into custody, Alphino explains that they have been seeking the merchant with connection with their investigation to Ivy, which was way back when. Wait with Alphino inside the gates while Captain Bastard interrogates the merchant. Ivy was the one that we met, General Radabon about. At the Observatorium, Ilbert furnishes you an Alphanol with a progress report on his hunt for Ivy. It is revealed that one of the Imperial spies confederates, a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll, has been selling secrets to the merchant you apprehended. I mean, I'm left-handed. Yet even as this revelation explains how the heretics came to possess the knowledge of the caravan's roots, it raises questions on how they and the Imperial agents might be connected. Whatever the answer, Ilbert seems confident that he is drawing closer to discovering Ivy's identity. After issuing the captain further orders, Alphino bids you accompany him to an emergency meeting with the Alliance leaders. By the way, I just stand there for this one too. At the Alliance Council, you learn of the Garlean War of Succession that concluded with the crowning of Varys Zos Galvus, late Emperor's grandson. Under his leadership, it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. If the realm is to stand against the reinvigorated might of Garlemald, it seems clear that the Alliance must not only regain its former unity, but find a way to entice the longest-reigning Ishgardians back into the fold. Speak to Alphino to hear his thoughts on the matter.
The birth and all too rapid
we'll just listen to
expansion
this.
of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign.
Being left-handed isn't particularly fun because I ended up, like, always running my hand back over the stuff I was writing, so I had to curl my hand in the most annoying way, especially when I had to use ink.
Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
Yeah, who'da thunk? Murder?
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Damn.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
You didn't spit hard enough. And also, did you check that coffin? Yeah. I'm teasing. Or am I?
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
You know, being that it's his grandson, that means Sol is fucked. I mean, he mentions it before,
Indeed.
but it's still...
Yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Would suck if you raised a fucking psychopath as a son. Really? Varus? Would really suck for the world if you did that. Would suck for fucking me.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Hi, I'm here. I'm here.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly,
Yeah, it's hard to
the new
annex something
Emperor's
that's destroyed.
intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Yeah, that might take a bit, though. I would say an entire fucking expansion. In fact, half of another one while we're at it.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Would suck if the ivy would be, you know, an actual traitor within, you know, the Crystal Braves or anything, and the reason why Ilbert is naming him out is purely to get him back. I need to run use the restroom suddenly. Alright. Ilberg reveals that Ivy is none other than the Flame Marshal's second in command. Ilan. He believes that she's come to Gridania with treachery in mind, which means catch her in the act. Ilberg believes that Ilan Lang maybe availed herself a room at the Roost. Okay. We're hunting her down. Thanks to the Doman's watchful eyes. Thank you. A lot of the Domans that work with us are ninjas, so you have picked up Roland's trail once again. Elin will have no choice but to... With some help from the Garlean Ironworks, the Alliance has managed to install communications jamming devices, ensuring that Elin will have no choice but to communicate with her accomplices in person. Then with the Doman's aid, we apprehend Elin in the act of meeting with her Imperial contact. Her guilt now surely beyond dispute. Speak with Igiri to hear her thoughts on the mission. Menphilia, shocked to learn of Eileen's arrest and her accusations that have been brought against her, setting aside her dismay, she informs that the Scions have made progress in their quest to gain entry to Iceheart's sanctum. It would seem that Menphilia's claim of progress on the matter of finding a way into Iceheart's sanctuary is somewhat premature. After a lengthy discussion with Uriange, I'm just gonna play it. I don't know if they talk during it. But a friend and colleague of Uriange comes along, Moonbrea. And she's amazing. She outdrinks Thancred. Like, there's one of the side things that you see every time, like, an update happens. During the quest line, you can see the Scions doing different things out in the main lobby.
Am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Uriange.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies.
By the way, Moonbrea is the extrovert that dragged Uriange out to actually socialize.
She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Absolutely, sweetie. Eager to resolve the situation in Snowcloak, Menphilia and Moonbrea return to the Rising Stone, join them in the cellar when you discuss in private. It turns out that Moonbrea's meeting with the other Scions is less an introduction and more of a reunion, a particularly emotional one in the case of Uriange. Setting her mind to the problem of the missing aetherite, she quickly devises a solution involving white auracite, a material she's been researching for the purpose of capturing Ascian souls. By using it to channel a burst of concentrated ether into the aetherite, by which Iceheart escaped, she believes she can recreate successfully a beacon at the opposite end. If you succeed, you should be theoretically possible to teleport you to it. Should it fail, of course, any such attempt would result in your death. Painless death, to be sure, but a permanent one nonetheless. Guess what happens? According to Menphilia, Alphino is asked to speak with you before you join your fellow Scions outside the Snowcloak, where preparations for Moonbrea's plan is already underway. Sure! Though she believes with all her heart you will survive, she's nonetheless thanks you for all you've done in service of the realm. Bid farewell to Menphilia and rendezvous with Alphino. Alright. Then we fight against Shiva. She literally, Iceheart brings the crystals into herself so that she becomes Shiva. Okay? Those driven to the brink of despair are ever the most dangerous of foes, as you're reminded when Iceheart offers her own body as a vessel for Shiva's soul. The resurrected saint of the Eld lashes out with righteous fury, pushing you to your mortal limits, and she steps on you during it. Yet the battle ends as it began, with the young maiden kneeling in the snow, cursing your ignorance. Hear, feel, think. Of Iceheart's scripted parting words, her final three leave the deepest impression. For few, indeed, are the ways in which one could come to know them. Could it be that Hydaelyn speaks to your enemy too? For the time being, put aside such troubling thoughts and inform Moonbrea of your victory. Moonbrea is understandably skeptical about your description of events. However, she's willing to give you the benefit of the doubt for the same time being, on the understanding that you did not suffer any form of head trauma. Certain what you saw, you elect not to inform her that the cranial injuries are only to be expected when doing battle with the primal. Like her stepping on me. Seeing little point in pondering the implications of your tale of Korthus, Moonbrea declares that she and the others will return to Rising Stones, where you join them, joining the White Brim front, and inform Alphino that you are still alive. Yay! Let's see.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks.
Could you thank me other ways too?
Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against
I want Aeomek to call me a good girl.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe,
and he will tell me I've been a good girl. That's the thing. He will actually.
All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
Yeah, I know, right?
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
Yay!
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
Yeah, to be betrayed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Alphino, don't sound so bitch about it. You do the same thing.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is?
Well, technically he is the son of their archbishop, a bastard son, but...
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
Alphino. Alphino.
As
Sweet
we
summer
are
child.
To you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget. One born of necessity.
Yes, because I want to bang.
The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance.
I mean, we can work on it together.
Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light.
I mean, I could be a stubborn motherfucker, too.
Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
All right, Robert Frost.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Don't worry, Emma. He's just a child. Who's a fucking commander.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you.
Damn it.
On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Hot!
Lucia, at your service.
Thank you.
Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies.
Step on me.
Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
By the way, remember that lady in the instance that called me queen among ladies that was jealous and say that Gaius was interested in me and all this other stuff? Remember? And I want nothing to do with Gaius? This is her sister.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone.
Don't worry, she's loyal to us.
Not
I
being
mean,
of
loyal to
Ishgardian
Emmet.
birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Oh, don't worry, we'll repay the debt
Think
1,000
nothing
times.
of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Until it is.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
And a bit of pixie dust? Faith, trust, a little pixie dust? Eyes unclouded. The implications of Heart's actions were not lost upon Alphino, who's eager to return to your... Discuss them with your colleagues at the Rising Stone. Return and report to, Minfilia. Was Shiva primal? Earn pixie dust. Yay! Therefore, unseen, did Dice Heart truly become her? If so, did she retain control? Did Ascians have a hand in her plans? Your tale raises more than a few questions, which the Scions are unable to answer. Minfilia is most troubled by Art's final words to you, which she concludes the heretics later is blessed with the power of the Echo. What drove the young maiden to take such drastic action remains unclear. But if she is to be believed, then the answer lies with Midgard Somer. Alright. Minfilia wants to study the Midgard Soma, but apparently Elaine, you know, the traitor, somehow managed to slip her confines, and they believe she's gonna go fleet her Imperial Masters. You arrive at Camp Blue Fog with the news that the traitor passed through scarcely a bell ago. You overtake Elin at, but not before she's joined by your Imperial allies. Undeterred, you stand shoulder to shoulder with the Crystal Braves and the Shinobi of Doma and engage the enemy, succeeding at length to overwhelming the Garleans and recapturing the fugitive. Wholly unrepentant, Elaine greets the subsequent arrival of Alphino with the hail of vitriol and is lambasted by Ilbert for shamelessness before being dragged away. Ask Alphino for his thoughts in the heated exchange. Alphino seems troubled, though the sordid business of Ivy is concluded, has plainly left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. Alphino informs that we plan on questioning that guy even more. I mean, girl. Meanwhile, your fellow Scions have made further progress in the quest to find a means to destroy the Ascians. If their theories are correct, the White Acerite may be able to help you recreate the Blade of Light you used to vanquish La Habrea. I think that's the third one. Nope. But we will come back to this one.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th
Okay, this is definitely not the right
Imperial
one. Cat, if you jump on the power cord again, I'm murdering you. I mean, putting you outside the door.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
We're having a girls' tea party, by the way.
Ever since you proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly.
You'll always have enemies, though.
Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
Yeah, Lord Dorito can deal with it.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve.
Oh look, billionaires.
In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Oh, they'll do more than that.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together.
Eventually. Eventually.
Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends.
Hi, billionaires, how are you?
For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
Why aren't we eating the goods?
When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue.
That's the least of it.
As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Looks like if there was a gunpowder treason and plot. I know of no reason why the
Your
gunpowder treason
Grace,
should ever be forgotten.
are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
I mean, lofty ideals, lofty ideals. Republics often...
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name.
only last about 200 years before becoming bad. Hey, look! Hasn't America just had 200 years of...
I am powerless to help my subjects.
I mean, we only had 4 years during the Great Depression by which we weren't at war with something, even though it wasn't official wars. If their theories are correct, the White Aura Sight will allow you to recreate the Blade of Light you used to vanquish La Habrea. Cool. As the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have grown in size and influence, so too has their responsibilities, prompting Monfilia to consider if the expansion was wise. Alphino, however, does not harbor such concerns, having embraced his role as commander of the Crystal Braves and guardian of Eorzea, because egotistical much. Young Ellison now wishes to further aid the Immortal Flames on their ongoing efforts to bring stability to Udal. And he would like your assistance because, yeah, he would like my assistance. In other words, I have no fucking choice. Roll, who's been attempting to trace some source of some weapons wielded by disgruntled refugees, have learned the story of a large shipment which may be intended for the same purpose. A black marketeer in eastern Thanland is planning to resell weapons and reap a tidy profit, unless you and Ilbert Bastard intervene with the exchange before the exchange takes place. Rendezvous with the captain of the Crystal Blades. And we show up to steal the stuff. Okay.
We have a
Lucia
guest
appears.
from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
Hi, sweetie.
I believe the two of you have met.
I wish we'd met in lore.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer.
Don't worry, he's being stupid and egotistical and, you know, general teenager stuff where they don't realize what they're doing wrong.
To request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You know, when you're a teenager, you think you know the world, you think you know everything, and, you know.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Hi, Moonbrea. I did not realize you had a
now
tattoo
that
on your
we're
leg.
all assembled, perhaps
I mean,
you'd
I
be
wasn't
good enough
looking at
to
her
elaborate
thighs.
on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm.
The alarm.
Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
Poetry is his words.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald. Only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet.
Is it a bad dragon?
Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Urianger has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life.
Yet.
Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
No. Maybe.
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Soma.
Of course not.
Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights.
Good thing I can go and, you know, not make him my pet.
Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
I don't have a choice, but if it's Sir Emric, I'm gonna do it anyways.
We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Never ending. Alright. Let's see. Keeper of the Lake, blah blah blah. Asgardian's worst fears have been seemingly come to pass, and as the top of the wreckage of the stupid thing, you confront the fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls. With no choice but to fight, you engage the Worm Lord in battle, at last laying him to rest forever. Kinda. As you turn to leave, the voice of Midgard Soma rings out once more, and you're invited to plead your case. Yet your words fall on deaf ears, and the Worm Lord flatly states that his children now sing of Ishgard's imminent destruction. Her fate is sealed. He prepares to end your life, only to hesitate when Heidelin intervenes and marks you as one of her chosen. Midgard Soma then relents, but not before somehow stripping you of Mother Crystal's blessing, revealing that a covenant binds him to you. The essence of the Worm Lord coalesces in a tiny vessel, and though subsequently vanishes, you can feel his eyes locked upon your back, like he's fucking following you around. As a pet would. In private, you share experiences with Benfilia, Alphino, and Uriranche. How about both in a sexy way and a non-sexy way? Together, you conclude that it would be best to keep the majority of your conversation with Midgard Soma a secret, given the Ishgardian attitudes towards consulting with Dravonians. Alphino leaves to speak with Lucia, and for a moment you're left alone with Mentphilia, who observed that you are somehow changed. Having no choice, you reveal what you kept concealed from the others. That Midgard Soma took from you the blessing of light. Mentphilia accepts your reassurances that everything is well, yet Midgard Soma's constant presence is a remainder of the opposite. Unaware to your new burden, Lucia thanks you for besting Midgard Soma and for bringing confirmation of the impending Dravian attack. Though she has complete faith in her nation's capacity to defend itself, Alphino remains doubtful. As the knight takes her leave, he mutters quietly to himself, head bowed in thought. Despite his reservations, Alphino acknowledges that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are in no position to intervene. Until such time as they choose to request aid, you and the others have no choice but to watch and wait. You speak with Alphino, and the young commander of the Crystal Braves mentions Moonbrea's request for the Scions to assemble in the Scholar. Find Moonbrea within the Rising Stones and let her know that your business with the Ishgardians concluded. Okay, let's see if this is...
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Or do.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Ascian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Void, 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 void.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Ascian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Smash.
Aye. To unmake an Ascian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Trying to sit on my goddamn keyboard.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether.
I noticed.
Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods?
With Ida, every goddamn day.
Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Yes.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
Mm-hmm.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That was a ship we got on to defeat Leviathan, by the way.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
I know, right?
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Using a, device.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this.
Well,
If
you
no
are
one
correct
has
with your
any
good feeling.
objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I would say she's good feelings. I know they're explaining.
You might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
Blue-balling lore nerds here.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
Near Camp Blue Fog.
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought.
Are you having a hairball problem?
Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place...
Yes.
I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
You good? You good, cat?
Has something happened?
Nothing.
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant.
Yay. What were you saying about not leading troops in the battle?
Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
You request my aid. The answer is you request my fucking aid.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
You aren't wrong. Also, I repeat, that tattoo I did not realize she had on her thigh. I'm looking
well,
respectfully.
Then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush.
I'm looking
There's
respectfully.
No telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
She has a huge axe. She'll be fine. Except when she isn't.
Though
but I
you
mean...
have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalimo shall accompany you.
I Thangred barred you. Let's
Ida
go.
and Yashtola, in the meantime, I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
What threat are you talking about? I'm taking them out. There is no threat.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Bye, Orianger!
Thank you, Orianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you're able. Go well, and be safe.
No promises! Never any promises! Okay. Okay, this is important. Setup. By how close we are. So I still have to read this aloud. Alphino bid you rendezvous with the 4th in the North Danland as he moves into command of the Crystal Braves. See? Take command! See? What did you say about that leading in the battle? As you make to depart, you encounter Hori Boulder and Coltonut, who are escorting Mother Fleminin, you know, Vilia's mother. During her efforts to recruit her influential Udal acquaintances to the Scion's cause. It seems that the Call of Duty shall once more empty the rising stones of Eorzea's stalwart defenders. Travel to the Cerulean processing plant and report to Willful. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. With the battle against Castra Midium's soldiers concluded, Moonbrea is now free to conduct her experiments. Find the scholar in Dramud's Talon and see how he research.
Hold on, I won't be a second.
I'm quite sure you'll be a few seconds.
The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Kinky.
I know, as Orianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar.
Says he.
What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
Kinky.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea.
Louiswa?
Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend.
Orianger.
Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
Yep.
Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting.
Alright, I hope you sleep well, Ming! You stay hydrated,
Did you see
never.
that? The way the crystal glowed?
Or how you glowed, huh, Moonbrea? You glowed
The
happily.
siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether. Which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade.
Kinky.
I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Your voice is annoying.
Hanasian, are they onto us?
I don't remember you.
By your brand,
Oh, it's
I
Nabros.
see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
Well, I mean, I just remembered the boss fight I had with you, which is a bitch.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Oh, just a few. Oh, damn.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath.
Yeah. You look much prettier with a smile, girl.
Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Oh, sweetie. I didn't remember you until I had to think about it for a few seconds.
And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
It's fine. After all, you are a sundered Asian. It doesn't really matter what you think.
Oh, bugger. Oh!
Do settle down.
No.
You must concede that I acted in self-defense.
I would have hit you if she hadn't.
But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee.
Mm-hmm.
Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Oh, hi, Delusion of Grandeur. How may I help you?
What did that bastard want with us?
Louis was staff.
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. Unconscious.
We noticed.
But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Yeah.
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Yeah. It would suck if she, you know, was captured by someone.
You two!
Hi!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
To be fair, I've been dull this entire time. People just putting fixes to my name.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
Thank you for monologuing.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say.
What are you
Though
talking
it had
about?
no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Hebrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
Yeah, because they're one of the three unsundered.
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting.
I only
shall
shine.
Take that staff.
Never.
And bring
Okay, I don't
about
shine
the
at all.
Next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
Teleporting to be a dick, cliche.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Moonbreeder!
Breeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
Killing him.
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed?
Ha! Yes, actually.
The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host
it's
to
broken.
a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
So speaking about this, I'm not in my healer form, but heal her?
How else do
She
you
has
think Louis
darkness.
Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals?
She has a bit of darkness flowing out of her.
Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Yeah! Bye, Benfilia.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it.
Oh, shame. It might take a few expansions to take care of him.
Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Ew! Anyways, we kill him.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
I know. Oh, this is just showing we enter in here. Ah, this feels familiar. Final Fantasy VIII. Don't look at her like that. Ew! Ew! Don't touch her like that. Hi, buddy old pal. See, that's a cute and when I'm still happy-go-lucky and the world isn't destroyed my character emotionally. Or when it's a good thing that I'm, like, rescuing somebody.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
No, thank me, because I murdered the 12. I mean, that's later.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come?
Fucking monologuing.
Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine.
Yeah,
Until
sure.
next time, scions.
You say that. Good that he stayed long enough.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Suck him dry!
What? What trickery is this?
Suck him dry! Suck, 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 suck!
No, no, you cannot. No!
Could you try that line again? Actually sound afraid?
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free!
Should I not have been doing that earlier? Instead of staring?
Concentrate! Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light.
It would suck if I didn't have, you know, the blessing or anything. Rawr. Smash.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
Yes, no, maybe.
If only we had a bit more ether.
She has a bad idea.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
A very bad idea, but it will save the day.
Master Louis Soir, I understand now. The choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder! No! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end!
Yeah, yes it can, because I don't remember you 90% of the time.
I am eternal! I am immortal!
Okay, that is a good yowl. Smash. Ow.
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
That is why she's not a part of my harem, sadly.
You did it, my friend.
No, she won't.
The Ascian is dead.
She is anime dead in that she's truly anime dead.
This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
That'll give us help later on.
Minthelia, are you all right?
Oh yeah, it's Kerr, but not me.
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
I mean, relatively.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
About that!
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
Not it that has to tell him. I fucking have to tell him.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
Actually, I'm joking. I don't have to tell.
I heard all, my lady.
Poor Ariange.
The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens. Yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day.
Moonbride.
Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice,
if you saw,
the
remember,
realm spared its doom.
Each one of the scions, praying around the different stuff before the light goes up, you know, putting Bahamut back into the, you know, ball. The Circle of Knowing.
Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisois I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisois hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisois' wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer.
I mean, she figured it out in the end.
Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
Not really.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisois' will before the end?
Did I fucking stutter?
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her.
Oh, Jean needs some help. Oh no, I made the motion that my character was talking. My character doesn't actually have a voice.
Oh, Moonbreeder.
Somebody
My
give
dearest,
Orion a hug.
how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
And that's where you will stay.
Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Except if we go to a celebratory thing. Alright. Though we're assaulted by her grief, Mentphilia yet worries for more. For all Urianger and the loss he must be feeling. Mentphilia then voices her intention to hold a memorial service for the Silence Fallen Friend and honor all Moonbrea. When the Science took their leader for strength, the Mentphilia in turn confesses her reliance upon you. Ah, yeah, really. Mentphilia expresses her concern over Ida's emotional state following the loss of Moonbrea. They usually tried to exercise off each other. Moonbrea won every time. Seek out the melancholy punchy at the Rising Stone to see if there's anything you can do to lighten her burden. Upon returning to the Rising Stone, leaving stuff at the grave. Moments later, you're contacted by an audibly anxious Alphino who bids you return to Revenant's Toll at once, hasten back to the Rising Stones to meet with the young commander. Upon returning to the Rising Stones, you're informed the event's coming to a head in Ishgard, that an envoy from the Holy See is already en route to Silence headquarters. Go ahead. I'll change outfits. Well, you do. It would be very hilarious to do most of the stuff in my dancer outfit. For no other reason that the next expansion is usually in all cold areas. Ba, ba, ba. What? Nope. I need to hit a 1 through 3 dungeon. I need it for this. I have done literally nothing on this. Just running through here. Tiny cave. Look at him go! Look at him go! Murder, murder. Ba 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 ba. Murder. Murder, murder. Look at me go. Nya, 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 nya. Nya, nya, nya. Ba, ba, ba. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Anyways. See how quick I will. It's a nice amount of quickness. Yep. Now I can add the seal to it. Boo. I mean, this remains the quickest way to get through it. While we're waiting. Hi, I'm just going through murdering things for my notebook. So we're quickly going through this. Oh no, I understand that feeling. Three minutes probably will take me, like it did before. But this is the Haunted Mansion version of this, where lady was murdering girls to keep her youth, yada yada yada. As you do, you know. Yeah, you do. Oh, wrong direction. Fuck. Empty words. Voids, yes. Same. I don't care, actually, about her. Destruction, destruction. Are not worth my time. Okay, I might do a lot of the next expansion in my dancer because it's hilarious to think that I'm in this cold climate wearing this outfit, okay? It's just, I have to. I have a bad joke sense of humor on that. Let me in. Let me see your mistress. Then we proceed to kill her. Anyways. All right. All right, if you ever notice this when I'm clicking on it, reflect quest progression means that, like, side quests or, like, class quests that might change how somebody says something to me. Like, this one has to do with the Dragoon thing, since I am also an Azure Dragoon. Dragoon. So how things are spoken to me will be different. Envoy for Mishgard turns out to be Lucia. The knight brings grim tidings, has come to seek the aid of the Crystal Braves and the Grand Companies, bolstering her city's defenses. She also has a personal request from the Lord Commander, who wishes to speak with you. Ba ba ba. This is the gate. the. Basically the path outside the city. This is Lady Sorry, by the way. When she's not in her Shiva form.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
No, I don't think so. Their father's misdeeds are their father's misdeeds. She's breaking the barrier, by the way.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Okay. I'm a good laugher. Ha ha ha. Anyways, you joined Alphino in Camp Dragonhead, but it appears that Ceramic has yet to arrive. As you wait, the Crystal Braves commander notes the unusual agitated mode in the camp. Further suggests investigation. Those are the gates of judgment. You learned from the night station that they were attacked by Lady Iceheart and her followers. Shortly after praising Alphino of your discovery, you're accosted by Lucia, who confirms that what you've already learned. The heretic force has broken through the outer defenses and dispelled the first layer of arcane wards protecting the city of Ishgard. Waiting for me back in the... Alright, this one is quest progression. So I'm including the fact that I am, a dragoon, since I have a bunch of, classes I've leveled up. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, but we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it's more important than ever that this meeting takes place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business concludes. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Hi, sexy. That people always ship the two of them together, which I don't mind. Hi, stranger. I know we had a quest together earlier. He's an idiot, by the way, when it comes to relationships, which is totally understandable. Angsty little motherfucker. Well, not really angsty as much as direct. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. Impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of the Dragoons. They were formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lance, Estinian is without equal. Yes, of the lance. He out of all the warriors of Ishgard was chosen to wield the power of dragons, may thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If I ever was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Ishnai. I did not come to challenge you this day, since I kicked your ass, huh? Huh? Well, now that we've all been introduced, let us proceed with the matters at hand. I will share with you what we've learned of Iceheart's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravonians share a common goal: to reclaim Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero The beast is said to have terrorized Korthus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, there are many scars on our walls from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Hal the Wrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, simply known as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one that possesses untold power. Should ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war. See, this is the voice of Midgard Soma, who's totally not been, following me around and speaking. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The eye itself is secreted deep within the vault, except when it's not. It's kept under heavy guard, surrounded by all times by men and women who've proved their loyalty to the Holy See, except when Istinian currently has it. Though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years the dragons have endured, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, who've spent centuries in slumber, only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours have passed. It's been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses, and now, just as he seemed primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we needs to address the ragged hole in their mistress. The ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to render in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravonians are not like to leave untested. It would seem you have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. Yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share some sensitive information with us? Yep, nice slip. I know, right? I shall speak plain. Ishgard is in need of allies, and it would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This is much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit for our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and the Dravonians. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. This does not seem grossly unjust to demand we now risk our lives for your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde will have little cause to linger, and most would return to Glaris and Dravonia. Soon after, the ruins of Korthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole providence of beast and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is, for you may be certain that the Empire will not hesitate to claim Korthus. They will not even have to draw steel. Yeah, they're used to the cold, climates. An Imperial Providence sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Ahem, very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of the great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea are not to abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the upcoming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Aramek. Through the power of the Eye, I have become a vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence is stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, except when you're not. And the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not the essence I bear it with me wherever so... It is not essential that I bear it with me wherever I go. The lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. And then the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Aye, he means to hurl his horde against the Dauphin Collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. They're taking the Hobbits Isengard. Sorry. They're resolved to aid Ishgard in their hour of need. Alphinaud thinks it wise to report back to the Antecedent before preparing for war. Along with the Crystal Braves, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have committed themselves to the defense of Ishgard as your companions depart. Raoul is more concerned by private words passing between Ilbert and Yuyuhaz. You mean the traitors. Tataru has received word from Alphinaud that the Alliance Council is convened to discuss Ishgard's plight, and that my presence is requested at the meeting, where I do absolutely fucking nothing except sit there. You look on in silence, and Alphinaud delivers an passionate plea for assistance to the Alliance leaders, but despite his best efforts, he is unable to persuade them to pledge more than a token force to aid Ishgard's defenses. Citing local concerns more deserving of their resources, the leaders refuse to provide meaningful assistance, and suggest instead you assemble a contingent of elite adventurers, similar to the company provided so effective during the Operation Archon. Alright. Alphinaud's lamentations are interrupted by the Perlink call from Captain Bast Abbing Ilbert. It would seem that the Dravanians have begun their assaults on Korthus. Wasting no time, the Crystal Wave commander dispatches his forces. You know, the ones that he said he wouldn't use for battle. Well, he wouldn't lead into battle. A request that you and your fellow adventurers assemble at the Steps of Faith, getting ready to repel the Horde. Upon arriving at the Gates of Judgment, Sir Marcelin Hurley briefs you on the skirmishes. Steps of Faith. Sir Marcelin explains that the damage of the Ice Heart inflicted on the Ishgardians' arcane barrier has allowed the dragons to land directly upon the Steps of Faith, the bridge which spans the Sea of Clouds between the Gates of Judgment and the city proper. You're to take up positions on the Steps of Faith and aid the Temple Knights. You succeeded in driving the Dravanian horde from the Steps of Faith, return in triumph to the Gates of Judgment. As the remnants of the Dravanian horde take breath through the skies, excuse me, the sages ended. Speak to Alphinaud, moments after greeting Alphinaud. Okay, let's see. You know what? How about watching some fights? Kinda. You know, some interactions. Some... me not reading aloud. No, it's just, I feel like just me reading aloud and explaining stuff can be quite boring. So, you know, add some view with it. Cutscenes. No, I've had enough caffeine to be up for a while, and I have to be up in the morning to do some yard work before it gets too hot. So I figured I'm just not gonna sleep, especially since I don't have to stream tomorrow. They go away! Dragons are withdrawing! Victory is ours! Woo! 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 Anything I can do to help with the yard work? No. Just tell the city to stop bothering us about the state of our yard. When Unending cause great champion slain, the Horde will not soon recover from this blow. What of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions to take this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. Estinian's family, he had a younger brother as well, were killed when Nidhogg raised his village. So he has a certain amount. Okay. Moments after greeting Alphino, you're joined by the grateful Sir Aramek, who humbly thanks you for your service. When the Lord Commander subsequently takes his leave, Alphino triumphantly declares that the stage has been set for Ishgard's return to the Alliance. Make your way back to Revenant's Toll and reports of Mephilia. Mephilia greets your return with a mix of triumph and relief. Having snuffed out the threat, it's time to enjoy a well-earned rest, except when we won't. As for four great nations stand poised to commemorate the successful defense of Ishgard, Mephilia is haunted by the memories of the loss and concerns for Eorzea's future, but she'd rather remain at the Rising Stones and focus on her work. She recognizes this is a time for celebration. So she departs for Udal to rendezvous with the other Scions, instructing you to follow when ready. As you leave the Scholar, Raoul calls out to you. And you take the opportunity to share the news of Wildred's death. That's a kid that we got to join. But he found out information that certain people within the Crystal Braves did not want him to, so we found his dead body, but we don't realize where it's coming from here. And Raoul was looking into it. In response, the Crystal Brave reveals he has uncovered evidence that Taliji has bribed members of the 1st and 3rd units. Raoul divides that Wildred began asking pointed questions, which led to his demise at the hands of these traitors. Troubling as these revelations may be, you have obligations to Udal that cannot be postponed. Rendezvous with other Scions of the in the Royal Promenade, ready for the feast. However, Mephilia reveals you will not be making your entrance together as planned. Due to the untimely request from Mistress Momodi, it would seem that your presence is required at the Quicksands. In other words, she warns us of the gunpowder treason and plot. On the way... By way of Momodi, Alain of the 4th requests a private meeting so that she might show you something of importance. According to the Papias' account, the Lunid appear to be deeply troubled. We find a vial while we wait out at the Coffer and Coffin, which is a station west. It's a train station. Because Adeline said she'd visit you there, but as minutes roll by, you begin to wonder about her whereabouts. Then I see this vial near my feet. Thought it might not be more than a discarded refuse. It does not appear to be laying there long. As you puzzle over the significance of the vial, familiar voice reaches your ears. Laurentis, another man you personally recruited into the Crystal Braves, You know, to give him a fucking second chance after all the other shit he did. Is surprised to see you out in the fields so soon before the royal banquet. Tells you that he has seen no signs of Alan on his patrol, but reassures you if he does happen to meet with her, he'll tell you that you waited. Time is growing short, yet something about the vial troubles you. Perhaps Momodi will know what to make of it. Momodi offers a little insight from the vial, save it resembles those used by alchemists. Before you make your entrance to the banquet, you must answer the summons of Her Royal Majesty, Nanamo il Nemo. Okay, ready?
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor.
Uh-huh, sure.
If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light.
Uh-huh.
I am.
Nothing's gonna go wrong. I'm not gonna be blamed for anything, right? Right? Not blame for anything that somebody else does.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
Because nothing's gonna go wrong. I wish it was a fucking orgy. I didn't mean to hit that.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Too bad somebody goes around and fucks it up.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic.
That might take a while. Like, almost an entire expansion.
I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity.
Jinx!
Territorial disputes are all that divide us now.
Jinx!
But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty Warrior of Light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking
I don't like
of
being that kind of war. I just stand there. What? You want me to beat up everybody? I mean, I
She
would.
will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
Point me at who to kill.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
You know, this entire scene, this entire section, I wore a bathing suit for this as a joke, since it was supposed to be a formal thing.
"'Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde."
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Says those that only send a partially force. Saying that they cared.
Such noble words after the fact.
Alpha, no, I said that better.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of her grace, but it seems she has been delayed.
Yeah, shame.
That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Takes a while. He has silver tongue. Yum, 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 yum. Hi, bastard.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
A lot is, actually.
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon.
You won't? But this is Yu Haas is right there.
You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Treason? Is that your word? Is that your word, treason?
You may go.
That's a safe word, treason. I don't like her, and I'm in her bedroom. Help.
You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience.
Be blamed for
The matter
something?
I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion.
Mm-hmm.
I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
Shame if somebody wants to stop you.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence.
I mean, tell that to the
But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
Like I said, wonder if something's gonna happen to you.
'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
200 years! Most republics only last 200 years!
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground.
I'm quite sure he doesn't have to worry about his footing. However, his arms, however...
Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand.
Doing what?
You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes.
You might be missing that soon.
The one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Yes, except when I can't.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express.
Don't drink that.
Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Don't drink that. Don't drink that. Too bad she can't hear me. By the way, too bad since I found the vial that I'd be, you know, kept it on my persons. Hi, Big Stupid Bear! Thank you for the lurk! All's good. I just murdered a Lalafell. Hi, bastard. This is the Taliji.
Your Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
You didn't even check to see if she's breathing. Yeah, good night, Amino. This is the bastard.
Poison in her wine? You did this!
Sure, whatever.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
You know, she drank. Fuck it.
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Anyways. Hi, other bastard. They got paid
Sir,
off by
barring a few exceptions, we have
Toledo.
detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
They got paid off.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
I mean, they already have achieved what they want.
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
Bitch, I will punt you halfway across the world. Lalafells are meant for punting. Woohoo!
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
No, of course not.
Lord Commander,
we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
Bastard, 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 bastard. I hate you.
A surprise attack.
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
He knows shit's
you have
happening.
Been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
He knows. He knows! Say it's auspicious, yeah. Ah! Thancred over there flirting! So she's cute. One purple eye, one blue eye.
Whatever is going on in there?
Gunpowder, treason, and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be... I mean, sorry!
Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Yeah. Chadcrid.
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals.
I know, right?
Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Well, he's gonna leave us, and I'm gonna love the way he leaves us.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies.
Good that your head's no longer be a part of your neck soon.
As for your
So I
outrageous
don't have to hear you.
claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted, while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Just die already.
Wait.
Please.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her
Yeah, all
grace's
that you
private chambers.
came
not
in
long
immediately
after
when
the
it was
deed
happening.
done.
Interesting, as though you knew. When it was supposed to be a private meeting just between us.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity.
Sure, whatever.
Bring in the prisoner!
Look, I wanted to be tied up, but not in this way, okay? Fucking Elbert.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu Ul Namo.
Shut up,
and as suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
Shut up, Ansem! Rope Bunny has arrived. I'm a cat.
This is madness!
This is Sparta! I mean, sorry.
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Oh, it's fine. I will murder you eventually, bitch.
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
Bitch, I gave you a second chance.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your Confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to...
Sorry, I'm yawning not because I'm tired. I'm yawning because I hate his voice and monologuing, and I wanted to get over with.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will.
Sure, whatever.
And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
That's because we're fucking. Or soon to be fucking. Please be fucking.
I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces.
He wants to sleep with me. I want to sleep with him. That's how that works.
Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead.
She isn't.
Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes.
I mean, do you really think they're gonna kill her?
For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be.
It isn't.
Nanamo. No!
He treats her like a daughter. I don't know why they have it split up. Bitch. I'm sorry.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
Uh-huh.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Oh, he's half a man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
You are not wrong. Except she's not dead. That's the one part you're not dead about.
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief.
I mean, you're admitting it.
She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say her grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
He also killed their parents.
You would mock her.
Because she was a child.
From hell.
What?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you! And their head away from body. They can't show it completely, by the way. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at him angry.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members.
Do you see the look in his face? He's fucking lost it.
You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
Uh-huh, sure.
You're next to scheming bastard.
Look at him go. Look at him go. Hi, Albert. Need a hand there, Radabon? You're missing one. Nope. Nope. Nobody? Nobody? Huh?
Raban!
Hi, leaders who know how to fight. You gonna do shit about it?
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
Ah!
Sellers don't do shit. I mean, they do. They keep the stuff that happened here kind of quiet.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Yes, Ansem. Let's go.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide.
Yeah, I know.
And arrest this traitor as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you sweeties think you can do this? I mean, I'm already been tied up. I don't want this orgy right now, please.
Ilbert.
Especially not with you.
Choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile.
Wait.
She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Damn. Damn.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana?
Oh, do.
It was me.
You die!
Listen to him roar, damn. So, is anybody else gonna do anything about it? Anything? Anything? You know, this is a, important place. Yeah, I know, right? But cool anime. Cool.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Thank you, Radaban.
Flee this place. Clear your names.
We will, kinda.
Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
I mean, you already murdered them. At least one of them. Looks like he took out a lot of his own men with that. Badaban's the goat sometimes. So I go back and forth on whether I want him a part of my harem.
Ah, there you are.
Hi, Thancred!
Thancred, where have you been?
Dancing.
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation.
Really?
'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
Oh, you mean militarizing the police is not a good idea?
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
Where to start?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
Yep.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Yes!
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
It'll make me happy. It will make me happy. That will aid in our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornonimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Ishgard.
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe has thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papashan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel.
Cool. Go back to the scene of crime.
It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
Papashim is like the ones who was taking care of her also after her parents were killed in an upset carriage ride.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
Punch them to death.
By yourself?
No, you'll join her.
I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Make sure your daughter doesn't get hurt.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Vengeance!
Ida! Papalimo!
Now you can't argue with me.
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now. Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Kinky? be fine.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
You'll be fine. I'll go get the dildo. I know, right? Cutie.
Ah! Now look what you've done.
So you broke my mask, kinda.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I've taken on more.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
At least you're allowed to admit it. You know, there's like literally you can jump down. You can cause an explosion and jump down. Trust me, I've accidentally dropped down in there before. Right
We're
there.
the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil.
I mean, it doesn't kill you, but you do lose health.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
No, go.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Popalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
It won't. Flare! Now close your eyes. Oh, boost. I have the power! Why didn't you do this earlier? Just asking.
Let them have it, Ida!
I was hoping you'd say that.
Why didn't you do this earlier? Let it break! Go! Fist them! Fist them hard! Fist them harder. Would suck if you got an arrow to the knee. I'm only half joking.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
Oh, absolutely. The Chad thread
this way.
Instead of Thancred, the Chad Crid is finally going to retire. Yes.
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
I'll say Thancred will be here though.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Play patty cake with them?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Would suck if something happened to her, too.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
I mean, you're not wrong, actually, on that. Kinda.
My friends.
Leave us!
Bye, voices of Thancred and, Gishtola. Last time we get to hear you.
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
Kiss?
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
I repeat, like I said, Chadcrid is gone now, after this. Then Thancred makes his way. Thancred with lots of, you know, emotional damage. And then we get Dadcrid, eventually. Like I said, I was only half joking.
Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done.
Yes, he does.
Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Minfilia.
I mean, also not wrong about that, farewell, Minfilia. Please.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No.
There were two, and then there is, yeah.
I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light.
I lost my blessing.
You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm.
Do not put so much pressure on me!
As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit.
You are putting way too much pressure.
You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness.
I mean, you have a role to play too. I just do what you tell me to do.
'Tis the only way.
I don't argue too hard on that one. Yeah, and there was one. Like I say, I just do what she tells me to do. I do what everyone else tells me to do. Obviously, wearing the head mask will totally hide.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
They're Bye.
Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
Don't worry, he gets rid of his arrogant voice and his illusions of grandeur.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Alright, Pippin. By the way, this is the merchant from the beginning of the game that stops and talks to us while we're on his ride. I couldn't find the cutscene for that.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took.
Because it isn't on the
Not
thing.
if I have anything to say about it anyway.
I don't believe you. Except when I do. Search for them!
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
All aboard! Kill the beast! Kill the beast! Probably by the time we get into Heaven's Ward, I will need to use the restroom. And you could go get your snack, I'm guessing, if you need to refill your snacks.
I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon.
It's fine, I could have outrun them.
Ha! Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
Yeah, game designers.
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Oh, really? Sweet summer child.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin. I'd absolutely,
Pippin
if he wasn't...
Talton, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames.
I would absolutely have him join my harem if I actually was interested in Lalafels.
I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah.
So would Tataru if I was interested in Lalafels. Both their personalities
Scarce
are
had my
amazing.
boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers.
Because their
and came
personalities are
across Master
absolutely
Alfino
worth
here.
it.
Needless
Except
to say,
for-
I did not
yeah.
think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monetarists. Their greed and corruption are well
Yeah.
known to me. But for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
But mind you, long hair definitely
Was
does
that
stuff for her too.
Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Radabans. He adopted Pippin.
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation. But in the end...
Oh, you'll get to it eventually. Stop being emo. You'll take this as a learning experience.
Needed saving.
You'll take this as a learning experience. And you'll do it better next time. Actually, I might need to use the restroom now. Sorry. 1 second. Go ahead and get your drink and stuff. Is back. Oy. Yeah. No. Where did I put it though? I don't exactly want to leave this screen. What is cutscene 20? I remember cutscene 20. Hi, cat. Bye-bye-bye. I can't change outside of this. Expected. Wait. I haven't touched the Moogles really. I need to go do the Sanguine class, the tribe quest eventually. The tribe quests in AR. There's something. I'll put it that way. There's something. Also finish the. Ba, ba, ba. Yes, cat. Yes. I'm thinking about redoing some of these. No, I'm not touching that one. So some of them I really like. Thinking, considering plotting. I once had. Not that. Welcome back. Just debating. On stuff. The debate.